Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case. Good morning. Welcome back. I don't have all the phenomenal clips that Jay has yet. I'll work on that. Jay will help me with that. Good morning, my brother. How are you?
Good morning. I am wonderful. How are you? And Bob, by the way, you don't know this, but you do have some now. So let's see if this works.
My boy's wicked smart.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I gotta turn off the.
Thank
I gotta turn off.
Thank you very much.
Turn off the loop here. All right, so the loop is
Oh.
off now. So I got some for you, but I got this one.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. There were parts of it that weren't very good. It could have been a lot
So
better.
Jay was like a sweet, like Christmas elf coming in and giving me wonderful gifts that I didn't even know about. That's amazing, dude. You're awesome.
Yeah, dude. I figured you. And I also got. Let me see what else. So you know where it is, right? So if you go under the Brandley.
I see we got this one, this special one.
Elmo knows where you live.
And we got this one for.
Love it.
So I'm glad we finally learned how to. If you folks don't know, we didn't realize that it was looped when we first. So like when I first actually played Wicked Smart, it kept repeating it. For some reason, it defaults in StreamYard. So I'm glad that's not anymore.
That's excellent. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna put this ticker up. So that was Officer Safar, right? Is on the stand,
Yes.
Correct? So you guys, we left off yesterday. 3 state witnesses. If you weren't able to join us yesterday, we had Paul O'Keefe, who's John's brother, testified first for the state after openings, obviously. No cross by the defense. Then came Erin O'Keefe, Paul's wife, John's sister-in-law. She testified again, no cross by the defense. And then we had our first law enforcement witness, and that's an officer, Canton Officer, Police Officer Safar, I believe is how you pronounce his name. They're
so,
done. Yeah, done with the direct, and we should be starting off with an Alan Jackson cross-examination this morning. So should be interesting. I'm excited to see Jackson at work.
Yeah,
He's pretty good at crossing cops.
Dude, I was just thinking about, like, because we've watched a lot of trials, and like there are some different styles. Like, you know, we were talking about no objections for the first, but remember when we were watching Draconis, and it was like Schoenhorn, everything, objection, and really nothing, very little. They have to object, but I'm ready to see this cross and how it goes. I'm really excited to see how, you know, this is his first thing in this trial. He didn't do the opening statement. He's going to do this cross. I'm very excited to see how he does.
Yeah, me too. And, you know, so kind of I was checking the temperature, like in terms of what, like if were we the only ones who thought that, you know, Lally was kind of a dud, came out with, you know, a little bit of a turd opening there. And I think that seems to be the general consensus. I think
Agreed.
I had no doubt that our chat was on top of that, and that our overall vibe on that was that it was a swing and a miss. From what I'm seeing from other talking heads, I think everybody kind of felt like I was on Julie Grant this morning, and like her thing was, how does the state recover from its shitty opening or something to that effect, you know? So yeah, we were on point there with our analysis of his opening. So, but long way to go in this thing. And we're here for all of it. And
you know,
yeah,
Bob,
Jay, I was going to tell you, you know, I've been telling you, I'm trying to get Joe Scott on this thing. He's very much of the mindset that the concept of this many people conspiring and keeping it a secret is impossible, you know? So like he's shifted. Like the first time I saw Joe Scott on, and I'm talking about Joseph Scott Morgan, who's got the Body Bags podcast, who's great, real super bright guy. He's a professor at Jackson State, forensic pathologist dude, knows his shit. And when I first saw him, and I can't remember what it was on, but he was on, and he was on a panel with Jennifer Coffindaffer, who we know is very much the whole conspiracy thing is hogwash. She's in that camp like hard. Like she was getting the kind of pushback that I get on Delphi, where they're accusing me of being part of the defense team, like a shill for the defense. So like people were saying that about her, that they were paying her to spread their narrative, blah, 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 which I'm sure is not true. Because it definitely wasn't true for me. But so maybe it could be true for her. I don't know. But like Joseph was kind of like, he's still trying to hang on to the fact that he thinks that there's a world in which John O'Keefe could have been struck by the vehicle, but now he's kind of shifted it to maybe he was sitting down behind it or squatting. And I'm just trying to understand under what circumstances, like, number one, he'd walk behind the SUV if he's getting out, because at the point that they pull over, we're not talking like, if the nor'easter was 8 hours in and they had, they'd already had a foot of snow, then I could see, you got to walk, you can't walk across the yard, that you're going to walk down, like, if they've plowed, you're going to walk down the street to the driveway. If the driveway's been, you know what I'm saying? Just
yeah, dude.
Well, like thinking about the logistics of how it would work.
Well, I was just going to say, for folks who don't know, because this is something I've actually dealt with, that's why the biomechanical engineer, that's why the accident reconstructionists are going to be so key to this, and whether you believe them or not, because basically, for folks who have, I guess, probably no one has, I don't think we've done any trials where they have them, what they do is they take physics and they try to, like, they take the body and what's the height of the body, what's the weight of the body, and they take the car. Like I had cases where if they didn't have the actual car, they'd have to go out and buy the exact same, say it was like a 2007 Toyota Corolla, the biomechanical expert would buy his own and do these tests to determine how it happened. That's why, and the good ones, and it'll be interesting in this trial, the good ones work with like the medical examiner or work with someone who knows the body instead of their own stuff to kind of like give you their conclusion. So they do this whole report, and it'll be very interesting to see. I think that's gonna be so key in this case.
Huge,
right? If they're trying to say he was hit by the car, they better have a really good expert who explains like what you're trying to explain, Bob, exactly what you're trying to say. Like, where was his body? How could this have happened? How could this exact vehicle, did they test with this exact vehicle or, a similar one if they didn't have access to it? Because a lot of times the vehicles get impounded, you don't have access to them. So did they use an exact vehicle replica? Did they have the exact measurements of John O'Keefe? Like, that is going to be such interesting testimony. Other than Proctor, I think is going to be
man,
like
that
like, if you will, of this. That's dude, must see TV.
Absolutely, and everybody that was in that house because remember, that's who the defense is calling. Like their witness list is literally everybody that was in that house. So like, and it's what I was saying. I mean, those are not going to be friendly witnesses. Those are all going to be witnesses that I'm imagining that they're going to have to ask if they can treat the witnesses hostile, which essentially means that they can cross them, because they're just not able to direct them. Remember, the difference between a direct and a cross. Direct is more open-ended questions where you can allow the narrative of the witness to come out. You can allow them just to kind of speak contemporaneously, as opposed to a cross-examination where you're really trying to control the witness. You're trying to limit them to yes or no answers. So
by the way, Bob, I wanted to bring up an excellent point that my wonderful wife Shannon made that I forgot to bring up yesterday. We talked about Lally's opening, right? For most of us, we thought it was subpar, not a lot of emotion. And Babe brought up a great point. She's like, you know what they did in Murdoch? Like, they had John Meadors. They had Creighton, who was like their analytical, kind of detail-oriented guy. But like they had John Meadors, who did one of the greatest closings I have ever seen. Like, and you talked about this, Bob, with you and Allie. Like, one of you would do the opening, one of you would do the closing. It's interesting that they don't have. Do they not have anyone else on that team who could have done a better opening? Is he not aware that he doesn't do a good opening? Could they have hired someone like that? Might just not be his thing. I mean, I don't think his direct wasn't great anyway, but. Like if they have a team, why not use someone else? If that, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, 100%. Like it was, and they do. I mean, there's definitely, he's not the only guy at the table. You know what I mean? He's definitely got a trial partner, and typically, like, and it wasn't because one of us was good and one of us wasn't good, but like Allie would do openings and I would do closings typically. I mean, there were trials where we would switch that around, but like I always felt it was better to have one member of the team doing the opening and the other doing the closing, just so that the jury's hearing both attorneys, they're hearing both attorneys speak at length, and especially if you're in a case where you want the personalities, the attorneys to be known by the jurors, because really openings and closings are the two times where your flow isn't interrupted by having to ask questions of a witness. You know what I'm saying? It's like where you really kind of get to speak in long stretches, and it can really show the jury kind of who you are as a person, and and they can hear your arguments, or in the event of an opening statement, they can just really kind of hear you go off. And like, I was thinking about how great Yannetti's opening was yesterday, and I just kept thinking about, like, man, he really did argue a lot. It's like I was surprised that Lally wasn't objecting, and yeah, it's frowned upon, but at the end of the day, frowning upon stuff should never stop a lawyer from doing their job. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's violating the rule, meaning if Yannetti's making argument during his opening, which you're not allowed to do, it's not for argument, Lally should have been objecting. But he just let him go, man. And like,
By the way, I see this comment, Bob. Lazy Susan says, "Why are you so convinced after the first date?" We're not convinced. I mean, at least we're not convinced. We're just, I think, objectively, maybe subjectively, we're just giving our opinion on the openings. I have not made my I am not either way. I want to see the evidence, but we're going to comment how we feel about things that happen. And I just, we thought that was not a great opening by Lally. And it seems like a lot of people do. Maybe some people think he did a good job. That's okay. But I'm not convinced about the case ending. I'm not saying, no, well, after that opening, she's innocent or she's guilty. We're waiting. It's just our, analysis of what we saw.
100%. Like I'm in no way, shape, or form. Look, like, my position on this thing is, I'm not of the mindset that it's impossible for this thing to have been a conspiracy. I don't think, in my mind, that it requires all the cops that showed up first, all the EMT guys, that they all have to be in cahoots. I think that if you have Proctor, who's buddies with Albert, and he's like, dude, you got to cover me on this thing, and Proctor's like, I got you, that's as far as it needs to go, because like, and when I get like, I'm going to try to get a couple of different forensic pathologists on while we're covering this. I mean, like, when you're talking about an ME from the state, they will take the comments of law enforcement when they walk in during the autopsy. They'll take that to heart in terms of, look, this is what we think happened. Like, when you see the cross of whatever law enforcement agencies were in that autopsy when the ME was doing it, you can be guaranteed that that's going to be fertile ground for cross-examination of the ME, asking, were you advised before you started the autopsy of what the theory of law enforcement was as to respect to what happened? Because if you plant that seed, you know what I'm saying, that's what's going to be in the mind of the ME,
Right.
So, like, but no, to me, it's a true whodunit, like, which means that I can buy either theory. Like, I'm not dismissing either theory. I need to hear all the evidence, and at that point, I'm going to come to my conclusion. But I'm certainly not dismissing it because Jennifer Coffindaffer says the conspiracy of that size is crazy.
By the way, Lazy Susan, I'm sorry. I wasn't like calling you out. I just wanted to make you clear. Like, we appreciate you being here. We're not, that wasn't me like calling you out. Sorry. I didn't mean
No,
to,
like, I thought it was, great. Yeah.
No,
like,
you don't have to go, Susan. We wanted to confirm that, we're still keeping an open mind.
We do not want you to apologize. We do not want you.
We want people to comment like that. That's why I highlighted it. There's nothing wrong with that.
We're not of the free Susan Reed camp, like screaming that everything that the state's saying is lying. That's not what we're doing here. We're watching. I'm huge. Like if you know anything about my platform and Jay's platform, I'm an attorney by trade. Like the only thing that matters to me are the trials. Like speculation about what people think prior to trial means nothing to me ever.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm still, when I could actually add some insight of something, I apparently get worked up. People say I get a little excited, but when I could comment on something I know about that I've dealt with my job, I get a little excited. So sorry, I'm a little amped up. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we love having you here, Lazy Susan, for sure. Don't go. I think you'll appreciate, frankly, the kind of the unbiased, but we'll call it like we see it as well, though. Like if I think Lally did a shit job, I'm going to say it. If I think that if I think Jackson does a shit job on cross-examination, I'm going to say it. So, she said you made her cry. Look, Jay, nice job, buddy.
And then she said, "Just kidding, Bob."
Yeah, I know. All right, Jay, I'm gonna hop off for 1 second. Sure. I'm gonna see if I can help Allie with some headphone issues. I'll be right back.
And by the way, you can't leave, Lazy Susan. Do you know why?
Elmo knows where you live.
That's why. How did I find that soundbite? What's up, everybody? Thanks for being here. If Raul says I made him cry too, oh man, I'm gonna get canceled today. This is not good for me. What's up, Raul? Thanks everyone for being here. What's up, Gus? Appreciate everyone being here. Hit that like if you haven't already. Me and Bob are both on Twitter, so if you're on there and you're watching, thank you. But also subscribe to our YouTubes. Join the chat. Join the party. By the way, folks, all of a sudden I'm getting ready to come on stream, and then I'm like, I see Bob tweet, I'm going on Julie from Court TV, and I'm like, holy shit, does Bob know that we're going live? And turns out he didn't know, in fact, but he figured it out, so that's good. I was said to Babe, I'm like, oh, Bob is going live, and I sent it to Mandy. I'm like, oh, we're in trouble. But we're okay. We're here. Thank you all for being here. We are just waiting for this to start. Day 2, folks. And again, this day 2 is a half day ending at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you did not know that, half day. And then tomorrow will be a full day. And then we'll be back on my channel, then Bob's channel, then my channel. We're alternating so we can have all our chats and folks together. I hope some folks are meeting some folks on the interwebs that they like and can connect with. So thank you all so much for being here. I'm curious what folks thought about the openings, like if people agree that let me ask this, did folks think that Lally did a good job? If someone thinks that, that's okay. If you did, let me know and let us know why you think you did a good job. And if you did, that's okay. I just thought, to me, we talk about this all the time. You got to have some emotion, some conviction. Maybe not emotion is the right word, but conviction in your story. And he just seemed to be reading a lot of names, a lot of places. To me, it got very convoluted, but I'm not very bright. So, And by the way, again, folks, our babes, Allie and Shannon are working. They've been talking to each other. They're working. They're going to be giving you the highlights, I believe, on Thursday, just time to be determined, of the Chad Daybell trial. So you don't have to watch that Zoom camera and that potato much longer. Well, you don't have to watch. You can get the highlights. You don't have to watch the whole thing. They're going to give it to you. So. Oh, Sarah, aspiring court. Babe just came in to say Sarah, aspiring court reporter, is helping them with this. So, Sarah, thank you for the help. And thank you to all our mods. We think our mod squad is the best in the land. So, thank you guys for all you do. We really appreciate it. And also, make sure you're checking out the Seeking Justice Discord. Share that link of Tracy and Dizzy if you want updates on all the cases. Check that out. Did you fix the headphone issue?
I did. It's like it's hilarious that I'm the one who can actually.
Was it the thing that where I told you we had to switch the input, or is it something different?
You know what? I don't know what it was because she had the interface plugged in, which is what we use to get the good mic in her headphones, but it was like plugged in right next to the Ethernet, and for some reason it wasn't showing up on the when I was going into the settings, like selecting where sound was coming from, but then when I switched it around, it popped up. So
one day I'm gonna have to show you guys like the behind the scenes of the text I'm getting from Bob and Allie. Allie is like, first of all, she was yelling at me and Bob a lot yesterday for tomfoolery during some parts, and then I get like a picture, and it's like their soundboard. I'm like, what's going on? I was like, my headphones aren't working. Bob's like, no, it's the wrong cord. And I'm like,
the behind the scenes nightmare of my my tech stress. It's like, I'm getting incrementally better. Like
you're getting a lot better, dude. I mean,
very, very slowly.
No, I am not live, guys. We're not doing a duel. We're just we're alternating. We're alternating each day. So tomorrow I'll be live, but both me and Bob will be live on our Twitter. So check us out there too. But if you're there, come into the chat, subscribe, join the party. We think our chat is unmatched, just with the good people we have in our mods. And Bob just left me again. Thanks for being here, everybody. Hit that like if you are on the tubes of you. Get this in the algorithm. Mandy Strong, thanks for coming over from my page. Thank you so much for being here. I put it on my community page, so hopefully, folks, we have combined 600 people, so that's great. So thank you, everyone, for being here.
Yeah, and we're still waiting. We got day 2 up here, so we've got, when it starts, we'll be ready to rock and roll. So,
how? By the way, Bob, how long you think this cross will be? If you had a guess, could it be like the whole day? I mean, it's gonna be a while, right? I mean, he's got a lot of stuff to kind of go through, or no?
He does, like, he's got a lot of fertile ground with respect to, he's the first one on the scene.
Big deal, big witness.
Yeah, and like kind of like the body placement, because like when we looked at him on the direct and Lally was putting up the photographs where we kind of see the layout, and you really can't tell. Like I was, oh, thank you so much, Holly.
Thanks so much, Holly.
And we're so happy to have you. But like you look at the size of the yard from a picture, and it's a much smaller yard than that. It like that reminds me of like when you're selecting your Airbnb and you're looking at going through the pictures, you're like, oh, this place looks great and looks like it's got real expansive rooms, and then you get there and it's like a little shack. It's like you sometimes you can't tell because this yard, the front yard, is smaller than it appears on those pictures, and we see that this cop had said that John O'Keefe was kind of like beyond where the property was and closer to the flagpole, which is to the left, which is interesting. It's like, would she have pulled up that far, to drop him off? I don't know. There's just so many.
Bob, I had a lot of questions about that. That didn't make sense. Like,
right.
We got to wait for the evidence, but like, are we saying so? And I talked to Shannon about this. Like, are we saying that she hit him and like he flew, or are we saying that she hit him, he got up and walked? Like, how did he get to where they're saying he was? That's
right.
That didn't add up to me. I like, but Babe did say I think he threw up, so maybe he could have walked different. But those injuries seem to me, if he was hit by the car, he would not be able to walk. But I don't know. That's why we're waiting for the evidence. I haven't made any decisions, like I said before. But
we are so early in this thing.
Yeah, dude. We just started. Just questions I have. If I was I'm not a lawyer, so like I'm just giving you my opinion as just and I'm not one of the people that have like dug deep into this. I'm kind of a lot of this. I know some of it, but a lot of it I'm learning as we go, because we talked about this. When I saw it online, it was hard to I'm like, oh my God, these people are in like a civil war right now. And I just, so I kind of step back from it. So I'm kind of learning all this stuff as it comes in.
Yeah. Like when I told Jay, I'm like, dude, because he's like, I don't know, man. He's like when him and I were talking, he's like, he's a dude. It's like so insane and toxic, and like I'm like, no. I'm like, we're covering this, dude. Like, don't worry about it. Like, our mods will handle all that. It's like this trial is going to be a banger. And so, like, he was pretty easy to convince, I have to say. Like,
well, it was
right,
like I thought you left then less than when you told us to go to Rex Sherman's house. Which, by the way, Bob, did you see the update that Joe, our friend Joe Jackalone, friend of the show, the best Joe Jackalone, posted that they are searching in Manorville? Which, for folks who don't know, it's about
did see that
35 to 40 minutes from Gilgo, but it could be related to Gilgo. They found like a lockbox. Joe had two sources that, which to me, Bob, leads me to believe that someone told them, like, you don't just find a box. Like, wouldn't you think, or do they just find it with like a metal tech? Like, they got some information, I would think. They
have to like,
be able to have found that.
What's leading them to that area? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, something put them on that area. And, you know, are they going through with like a metal detector, or do they know exactly where to dig? I mean, I'm certain that they're using like GPR technology to try to, you know, like to see if there's anomalies anywhere. I don't know what that terrain's like though, you know, because it's like when we were looking at a lot of the Gilgo Beach area, I mean, that's not like GPR friendly terrain. You know, you got like all the high grass and the reeds and just everything that you'll get when you're in a beach area. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, the box, man. I haven't heard anything. Like Joe dropped that update a couple days ago, tweeted, and I think, you know, people were doing a couple like 7 memes from like what's in the box, you know, how Kevin Spacey leaves the box with the head at the end.
What's wild though, Bob?
Spoiler alert.
How dare you, Bob?
If you're 25 years past not watching 7.
What's wild for us here on Long Island is not only do we have that news, but we're watching our local news 12 Long Island, and the other news is there's another case on Long Island where bodies were dismembered, and now 2 more people were arrested in that case. Like, as Viv calls it, Limb Island instead of Long Island. I mean, I don't know what the hell is in the water over here, but when we turn on the news, we're like, what the hell, man?
You guys, man, it's let's see. All right, so I mean, they're Bev's a little late. I
jinxed it yesterday. I said we got a prompt, punctual court, and I jinxed it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Like we're current.
Yeah, you're live.
Yeah, all right. Just want to make sure. Okay. Pokemon. Good question. That was actually what they had me on with Julie Grant this morning, talking about Barry Morphew. And you know, so Jay, you're familiar with the Morphew case a little bit?
Not at all familiar with it. Not
okay,
at all.
So Suzanne Morphew went missing Mother's Day. I want to say it was back in I want to say 2020, and originally, per usual, you know, the husband is always the main suspect. So they end up because they find a cap to a tranquilizer dart in the dryer. And like at that point, they had not found Susan's remains. And so they arrest him. So it was originally going to be a no body case, you know, which are always tough. Like we saw with Adam Montgomery, like that wasn't as tough because where is a sweet little girl disappearing to? Like you know, in that situation, that's nefarious. When you have an adult, as unlikely as it is that you got a mother that's just going to vanish, a loving mother that's just going to vanish and disappear her, you know, from her kids. I could see, you know, a woman being like, all right, this dude sucks. I'm about to flake out. I'm about to ghost this guy and he doesn't need to know where I'm at. I could see that situation. But for a mother to leave her kids, adult kids, and not contact them, it seems implausible, right? That seems crazy. Yeah. So they arrest him on the eve of trial. They end up dismissing the charges because the state wasn't turning over discovery timely. And one of the late things that they discovered is that they had found a DNA sample in the truck that she was in that matched a person that had a string of sexual assaults in the area. Wow. So it's interesting, man. Like, it's like you've got, So they found her body, Jay, and they did an autopsy, and they found like a cocktail of different drugs that all add up to a tranquilizer.
Wow.
So now you've got them finding the cap to this tranquilizer thing in the dryer. And now when they were able to find that these substances were, because I think they pulled it from her femur bone, that this was in her bloodstream. So now you've got this thing where, okay, well, there's this DNA from this guy who has been sexually assaulting women in the area in the truck, which is kind of smoking gun type stuff. But you've also got the fact that this guy owned a tranquilizer gun that he claimed that he used for hunting. I mean, who's tranquilizing an animal during hunting? Don't you just shoot to kill? Like, I'm not a hunter, so maybe
I mean, that sounds like a safari thing for like not like a United States hunting thing. That I could think of.
Exactly. So it's I don't know. So I don't know. I don't like. I look. We know that they like Barry Morphew for it. Whether or not that's going to be enough, I think that they're going to start trying to put some more things together. Now that they know, but what we still don't know is what was the actual cause of death. Like, it wasn't the tranquilizer didn't kill her. It theoretically just knocked her out. So, like that was the one thing that we didn't learn from the autopsy. So to be continued with that, we'll keep an eye on that. Another tragic case, I mean, if it's Barry Morphew, man, divorce, dude. Like, just like I'll never understand why people just don't get divorced. I mean, I get in situations where it's like heat of the moment and there's an affair that's going on and somebody loses their shit, but to like plan something and just like, get divorced.
Think about the Adelsons, man. I mean, that's what
Dude.
just like, you can't handle split custody. Just handle it. What are you doing? Like,
Yeah. Pretty quickly. I mean, and that'll come out in terms of when. And remember, Amy, like, I don't know if you were with us yesterday. That was like one of the main questions I had, because I felt that there was some pretty powerful evidence from both Erin O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe for the state when they were talking about how Karen was acting after the accident or the occurrence with John, in the hospital, screaming and, like yelling, is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive? But what was more compelling to me was the stuff where the same day, like later in the afternoon, the day that John O'Keefe is discovered deceased, that she's going over to his place, and she had said that she had wanted to talk to John's niece and nephews who he had guardianship over. She gets there, apparently doesn't say anything to the kids, goes and just doesn't say anything to any of the O'Keefes, just goes and grabs her stuff and leaves. So that's like when you look at that with no context, it seems sus, like, right? That seems like some shit, like somebody that was guilty of doing something would do. So that same question that you have, like, I want to know if law enforcement had told Karen Reed at that point, well, it's looking like because she's sitting there screaming, like, when we saw a little of the video without sound, you can see her frantic, like when this Canton cop, the first responder, or at least the first cop, pulls up, and Karen's out of her mind, running around back and forth, hysterical. And the state in their opening said that she kept saying, I hit him. And then we've got the situation where Yanetti's getting up and he's saying, she wasn't saying, I hit him. And she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? You know what I mean? It's like that classic.
By the way, why didn't he have body cam on? What's the deal with that? Why didn't he have a camera on?
I don't know.
By the way, I just got a tweeted at. Thank you. I don't know if Lita's in the chat, but she just tweeted a reporter in Boston just tweeted a serious multi-vehicle accident nearby may delay the start of today's trial. So That might be why we haven't started, folks. Thank you, Lita, for tweeting that to me. So there we are.
That is great. And like the reason that I think that could be an issue is that maybe one of the jurors is involved in this thing or stuck in traffic or, God forbid, is injured. Like, because I can't imagine what's going on out in the streets would have any impact on them moving forward in trial unless, like, jurors trying to get to the courthouse are either stuck in traffic and can't get there. They're waiting it out. They're trying to clear the accident. So, I mean, that's all speculation. But yeah, that's a
well. This is a good question, Bob. Did you see this question, Bob? Do you think legal teams now have someone like a paralegal monitoring trial coverage by channels to get real time feedback? I'm under the person that they do, right? But yeah,
you'd be if your trial is televised and you're not, you're a fool. Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely want. So, like, if I'm the trial attorneys, I'm going back and watching. You know, if I'm Yannetti, I'm going back and watching my opening. Like, when I'm Jackson, I'm going back and watching my cross-examination. You know, I'm guaranteed. Like, it's a huge advantage to both sides. Like, can you imagine Lally sitting there with his computer on his stomach last night, eating like some Cheetos, watching his opening argument? It's like, oh God, or his opening statement, just like, oh,
I'm getting dragged.
Yeah, I'm just getting hammered here. It's like,
oh, I hear sound.
We got noise. We got paper rustling. Exciting. So did we get Mandy hooked up here? She's trying to become a member. I'm hoping y'all, our mods are pretty great about getting that stuff figured out. I'm curious. Let's see. Oh, Deb came through with the $10 house. Okay,
Debbie, thank you.
Thank you so much. Deja gifted.
Deja. Awesome. Oh, I love to hear.
Old school. All right. Get rid of
Let me try. Is this gonna work?
Good morning.
No.
Commonwealth versus Karen
Is that full screen, Bob?
117.
Let me see.
Hey, good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning,
Oh,
jurors.
let me see.
I appreciate everybody's commute today. Took everyone, I'm sure, a lot longer than we all anticipated. But we
What the
thank
hell
you
was
for
the one I
your
just had?
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Could we have Officer Saraf, please?
Mandy, if you're here, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
The Jay and Not So Silent Bob one is missing now.
It is?
I don't see it. Do you see it? Oh, there it is.
All right, there we go.
Now you gotta put us back on there. Boom.
Look at that.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good job.
Thank
I'll
you.
remind you, you're still under oath.
Cheer, yes, sure. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your
There
Honor.
we go, folks.
Let's
Good
go.
morning, Officer Saraf. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Saraf, I want to ask you a question about, or a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of buses?
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording,
Yes.
and it's supposed to be accurate.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
This is cross,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
folks.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Oh, okay, so that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the three officers that was called to the scene.
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Donna, may I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
This is not an eye contest.
That I would not.
Eye exam, I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has this dispatch log shows that you and then Officer Mullaney and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within
camera
7
work.
seconds of each other, correct?
Good work.
That's what it says. Yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29. It says. Excuse me. It's 6:09. Yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure. Yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that. Yes.
And then Officer Mullaney actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Mullaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's
and
correct.
then he arrived.
Sure.
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that, correct?
Sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Good. No.
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
No, I didn't.
All right. But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise? Yeah.
Not in order, no. It's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
And
the
time.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Highlighting green.
On the screen, it's highlighted.
I'm
in
sorry.
green.
I'm sorry.
I didn't see it.
I don't have the document.
That's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No,
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
that's correct. Yep.
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
Sure. Yep.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Bob, I feel like the judge might have got some feedback because we haven't heard.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand
To
jury.
refresh your recollection, if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Oh, we're hearing that accident out there, huh?
Thank you.
Got some open windows, I feel like.
Officer Sheriff, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any of the other officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No. No.
All those were just mistakes,
Yes.
over and over and over.
Yes.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
It looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, you can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
purchase.
the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did
I don't-
you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation.
Yes,
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you.
For brief seconds, I would say.
For brief seconds.
Yes,
You saw that the dash cam video was those several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you. Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No,
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
objection.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Saraf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page
Mhm.
and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is, do
Oh,
you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of,
So that would be January 29th,
that's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes,
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
yes,
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
yes,
as comprehensive as possible,
yes,
and as thorough as possible.
yes,
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
that's correct.
Their approach.
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
that's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And is that yes?
Yes,
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced and what you observed and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was,
Oh,
but
shit.
I think it
Would it
was-
refresh your recollection to
Here we
take a look at a report?
Sure.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that report that's dated March 15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay, that's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted? Is
I
that-
highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Saraf then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those three words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the two times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only three words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
No,
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
that's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
focused on John,
Yes.
trying to save his life,
Yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022, at grand jury.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony?
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury, you changed your story, didn't you?
Oh boy,
No,
we have an impeachment here
Do you
potentially.
believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
No,
No.
usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes,
Memories get foggy, they fade.
yes,
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of 2022?
The whole thing?
No,
Oh,
sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
what was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my,
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18. Let me know once you remember it, once you review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman whom you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that one. Yes?
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
Wow.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday and your statement changed again, right?
I don't
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday, you said that my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks,
Oh man.
think your statement would just keep evolving?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh man. Woo. Jay, they call that impeachment, my friend.
Dude.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
Yes.
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask,
Yep.
right? You assess the scene and assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
She said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home," end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation. They
Absolutely.
certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26. This is about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put this up. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. Pause it. Officer Saraf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Saraf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home"?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Let's replay it one more time.
Bob.
Yo.
Just, I think, I don't know if there's any mods or someone is in the control room, but the YouTube chat appears to be disabled. So I don't know if someone's in there in the control room, but no one can chat in there right now.
On our YouTube?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because I try to put it in there and it says chat's disabled. So I don't know if.
Can't post comments to some destinations.
It's YouTube. The chat, I don't know, because I think someone put it on slow mode, but I think someone might have disabled the chat. I don't know if you're in your control room or what happened.
What the hell? I'm not in there.
Dizzy says Mandy's working on it. So if you're on YouTube, we'll get that fixed. Just I'm not sure what happened, but we'll get it fixed.
We'll get it fixed.
Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Saraf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says. Sure. Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
Do you want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it.
no. Turn the lights on, please.
Wow. She's like, no.
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video. I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Chad is back, but we gotta get
Yeah.
this banner fixed because
Yeah.
Allie's hidden. It's the Great Wizard of Allie behind the.
I actually don't mind it. You
All
get
right,
to
for the
hear me
record,
talk,
I
see?
did not do that. Somebody
you
else, I think somebody else put a brick on it, like put every 6 seconds or something. And like somebody did, like I wasn't even back there. I was like engaged watching Alan Jackson destroy this cop on the stand. I was definitely not in YouTube inner working. So somebody else did that. Mandy, I'm blaming you.
Mandy, Chad's back, but now we gotta. I don't know why I don't see on my end the Jay and Not So Silent Bob, so I can't turn it off. So we can see Al.
Wait, you can't see it backstage with us? Like
No,
No.
he means like to change it, right?
I want to change, but I don't. For me, it's not coming up as like a thing. I don't know why.
you have control over all the stuff though, right?
No, I know. I don't see like let me see. Put this one on. Like I could put this one on, but that doesn't work obviously because that also hides.
I wonder if I can.
What if you make the board?
Ooh,
Ooh.
perfect.
Oh,
That is perfect, right?
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Good job. Look at Bob.
Do you recognize your dash cam video being on the left of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No,
You've never seen it?
no.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles,
Yes.
but basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Kerry Roberts? To your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur.
Not
You
a
see that
chance.
person?
Yes.
And for the
Okay.
record, Mandy fixed that.
I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway.
Wow, look at that.
Pay
cool
special
little
attention to
spotlight
that
going.
portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it.
Somebody's got the Twinkle Toes ringtone.
Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop track. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the
wow.
film continues to run. Go ahead.
Oh, I saw it.
Do you
Hot
see a
damn,
person standing in
something
front of the
happened.
car?
It appears to be a person, yes,
Walking from right to left?
yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're
No
looking
idea
more
what
at
that
the front of
proves
the
yet,
house.
but it seemed like a
Continue
hot
watching
You were
damn
pretty
moment.
excited about
and
it,
see if
though.
you see that same person walking toward the house. Stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah, yes, I saw the
Okay.
shadow, yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person, yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights, thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes,
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're asking.
Sure you
Officer Saraf,
do.
when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure,
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes, yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No,
Of course not.
Wow.
This man is getting destroyed.
I
Yes,
was
you-
not feeling destroyed, but I'm starting to.
We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear.
Did you
At the
heard him
scene
get
from my
impeached,
client.
right?
Yes, that was
At
actually.
any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
she said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that.
You never heard her
Oof.
whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes,
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
yes,
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that, no.
Damn. Lally just flat
Ouch.
out.
Sir, you were
lied
at
in the
34
open.
Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
yes,
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
yes,
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
that's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes,
and the area adjacent to the body.
yes,
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
yes,
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
yes,
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
no,
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
no,
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe
no,
or any other clothing of his.
I didn't, no,
Officer Saraf, did you ever think to look inside the house for
no,
that missing shoe?
no,
That never crossed your mind?
no.
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No,
You didn't think that would have been an appropriate protocol
no,
for you or anybody else?
no,
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
nope,
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wow.
I'd be
Get wrecked,
interested to
son.
see this rehabilitation.
Wow.
Oh man. Well,
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything,
told
Mr.
you
Riley?
all. I told you all.
Okay.
Did Lally say no? Oh, no.
Gotta say it.
That was just, he's very red, by the way.
He does
So-
look red.
Oh, he's beat red.
Morning.
All right, Allie. How does
Yeah.
he how does he rehabilitate his witness, honey?
Well, I guess he's going to start with you weren't there every time someone was communicating with her. You were in your car for a period of time. I guess whoever did hear the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. He kind of figure out a way to say you weren't standing around this person over here the whole time. I mean, I don't know how he rehabilitates him on something so significant to be left out and not told to the grand jury. I guess he's just going to say things like, there are things that you remember later, and that's happened to you other times, and that's not so unusual.
All right,
you didn't,
let's see
yeah.
what he does.
Bob, wait, quick, real quick. Just want to say we got over almost 1,200 people. Thank you for being here. If you're on YouTube, hit the like. If you're on Twitter, we love you there. But come in, subscribe to our channels, chat with us. We have a nice group in here. So thank you.
Come
so
on
much.
in. The water is fine. Like we're all very nice people. We're all very, very nice people, and we love to engage. So come on in. I'm just gonna flat out say it. YouTube's better than Twitter.
You were asking questions, you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk and, usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD.
Is he about to
police,
discredit
whatever
the
resources they
entire
need.
dispatch log for
and
future cases?
Basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asking questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022 in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
And you also testified yesterday along those same lines, correct?
Correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No.
Did you know Karen Reed?
No.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know Jennifer McKay?
No.
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McKay or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
While you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road from that address come outside?
No.
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
No.
Now,
Shockingly.
you were asked some questions
Yeah.
about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
It will be next to each other in sequential order.
Really not across the street? I mean, sometimes they're across the street.
Okay.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set,
What?
officer.
Wow.
Thank you.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
He didn't,
Mr. Lally,
he
who
couldn't
is your next
rehabilitate
witness?
him.
Your Honor, I'm to call Officer Stephen Mullaney to the stand.
Okay.
That is, when you body slam somebody with an impeachment like that, I mean, what can you do? What can you do? I mean, all he could do is make it worse because this cop isn't going to have an answer.
I mean, that's Bob. You talked about Alan Jackson. Ooh, that was just. He wasn't like a dick. He methodically, point to point, destroyed that man. In my opinion,
Controlled, absolutely controlled the witness, man. Like,
At first I was like, all right, a couple, they had the address wrong, and really is the time and the order different, kind of the same, but it picked up after that.
The truth, so help you God. Yes.
Lally.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please.
Sometimes they make mistakes on dispatch
Hey,
log,
whenever
right?
you're ready, Mr.
Nothing
Lally.
further.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman.
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
Since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with the Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And it's Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Prior to this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you
Why
aware-
don't you hold on a minute for the.
I'm dying to see the shade of his face right
Okay.
now. It's calmed down.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh, thank you.
Oh man, his
So on
cheeks are
the
already
28th,
red.
going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as
Or
far
the
as
Irish.
the weather forecast or sort of what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
Evo.
And that's while you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Around 6 a.m.
By the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road that
Yep.
morning?
I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Saraf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Saraf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Saraf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
You recall seeing Officer Saraf during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
You recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes, approximately.
And when you arrive there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Saraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so, beyond yourself and Officer Sarah from the Canton Police, were there other sort of town assets that were dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles, or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the same from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Saraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did?
I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground.
And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Saraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Saraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe or Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Saraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Miss McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Yeah, Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Miss Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
Okay. With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
Fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that the where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. So, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximated it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed at the time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes.
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
To the ambulance.
Did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No. No.
You recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you do?
Officer Saraf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Miss McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Ms. Strokes?
Ms. McCabe's the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed,
This cop's like a young
what, if
Blake
anything, do you
Sullivan.
recall her sort of doing
Right.
as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
When you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
I don't understand the point with that.
It's not helpful to the state.
Oh, she knew he was dead, but she kept asking, is he dead?
And as far as, if you know, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about being defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what, if any, conversations did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. To stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by the dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Canton Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Ms. Roberts to have Ms. Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Saraf, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Link at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Saraf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest to the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. So you indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective, what was the temperature out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Did you make any tactile observations?
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that I recall.
Sir, I'm gonna direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up.
It'll be interesting to see what caused them to believe that she was suicidal to the point that they called her back the way they did, because that could be.
So, Officer Mulaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could ask for Exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry. Exhibit number 9.
This cop's just sitting here thinking, can I be done? Can I be done? Can I be
Well, he
done?
might be getting out good
And
points.
Officer Mulaney, directing your attention to what's up on the screen, it's been previously marked as Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34, Fairview.
And that's how it's depicted in that photograph. Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Mulaney, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
I think they keep pointing that out as places the snowplow would have avoided, because he said he's always paying attention to flagpole, fire.
Okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first.
Right in this area.
Thanks.
Way to go, camera guy.
Yes.
And officer, you can. Thanks. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Right, question.
My lord.
Your Honor.
Thanks.
My guess is after this cross, they take their morning break, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, this is a short court day.
Officer Mulaney, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Natty.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, I was full-time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was given CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene when she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor?
Hold up
Okay,
your
go
fingers. How many fingers?
Right there.
Okay. And
May need to
when
update
you
your
were
prescription
this
there,
close
dear.
to her, and you're
Look at that.
estimating
The
this to be
state's
about
sitting
10
right
feet,
in front of
correct?
the judge. Back to
When
the
you were this
judge.
close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that. No.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair.
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
she was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer
That
McCabe.
was our judge.
there not?
There it was.
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Frantic.
Each time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that, during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big.
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
Handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
Battery
At
operated or
what
plugged
area
in?
or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Wonder if the jury can hear her sighing.
The people outside can hear her sighing, so I think so.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
you had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
So, Officer Mulaney, you've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Okay, was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far
Strange.
as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
One question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
I
And I
thought so.
don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor.
All right. So that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Oh, Lord. I don't mean to be a
Right,
wise
folks,
guy.
It's 11 o'clock.
I don't want to
I'm
be a
morning recess, 15
Weisenheimer, but
minutes.
I got to ask you this question right here. That's some shit that I would totally ask.
I would have asked. Your attention was not on the other neighbors. You cannot say whether a neighbor opened their shade, opened their door, was watching, gawking from a window. I mean, people know when that's happening on outside your house, people are looking.
probably still asleep too.
Or they
It's-
could be
it's
asleep.
6 in the
Right.
morning, you know. Not everybody's Jay getting up at 5, doing brisk calisthenics, walking the dogs. Well, there you go. I mean, we got our first couple cross examinations, and pretty powerful.
So I do want to say the reason I mentioned the sighing is because it can be prejudicial if the jury's hearing that sighing. I mean, it's sure you don't know how many times defense attorneys, especially in federal trials, but in all trials, that the prosecution, whichever body that might be, has people reporting back to the judge. I heard the defense attorney make an audible sigh. I saw the defense, so that's something that judges are quick to yell at attorneys for doing. And, so that's the only reason I comment on that. Now, here's the thing that I don't know. And,
Judge Canone, we're having a live stream. Calm down. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
The Dark Lord.
The I did it. For all we know, we don't know yet if that's going to come out from like a first responder, a fireman, or one of the ambulance,
But these guys were there. Mulaney just
I
testified he was
understand.
there for 2 hours.
I just thought it was strange that
She's
I'm just saying it's
screaming.
possible that that's where it's going to come from. We don't know yet. And I wish that the prosecutor would have said stuff like, you know, when you asked me, Bob, what do I think he's going to say to rehabilitate, that kind of thing. You weren't there when she was speaking to the EMTs, or you weren't there when she was speaking to the ambulance. You weren't there when they were assessing her suicide ideation, whatever the case may be. But you also would expect that that the defense knows damn well where that's coming from, although we don't right now. And I'm sure there's other people who have maybe followed this super closely pre-trial who do, but what's important is what we know for the purposes of trial right now. We don't know where those comments are coming from, who heard them, who reported them. If it was an EMT an EMT or an ambulance driver or a firefighter or whoever other than someone in that house or just a civilian, you'd expect that the defense would know that and not make a point with these officers that they never heard it, because then, just like we were saying yesterday, it's going to seem disingenuous when the state tries to tell, when the Commonwealth tries to convince the jury that certain things said or done, mean something different. Like specifically, we had talked on other streams pre-trial about the recording of Karen Reed at the police station where she's saying, is this a joke? We're all in on the same joke. Like somebody else, they beat him up. What, my car hit him? Like that whole conversation. You have the same problem if the defense is doing the same thing, making a point with these officers that you never heard it. If it comes out that it was heard in an area we would never have expected these officers to hear it. So,
yeah, and that's your point's well taken. My response would be I would like to have seen Lally not state during opening arguments that Karen Reed continuously was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, knowing that his first two cop officers, the same way that Yannetti and Jackson know the evidence that's coming in, knowing that these guys are going to say, no, I never heard her say that. Not only not did I not hear her say that, but I heard her say different things. So that's what I would have liked to have seen. Lally not doing that, because speaking about like disingenuous, that's going to, like, to me, anybody he's going to put on after the fact, when you still have these cops that are, like that were there for 2 hours, that are testifying that she was saying something completely different. I don't know how well that's going to play to the jury. It's going to seem to me that, and if he doesn't put anybody on, I mean, he better be putting somebody on. But why is he going in that order? Is he trying to set a trap? Is he trying to get the defense to do exactly what you're saying, for them to keep pointing out the fact that these cops don't hear don't hear her saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, and in order to like draw them in so that he can then try to body slam them with 1, 2, 3 other first responders that'll say, yeah, I heard her say it. It's like,
it shouldn't be a body slam, right? The defense knows the evidence. That's why I'm saying it could come off disingenuous depending on where it plays out that it was actually said. We don't know yet, but the state, the Commonwealth, did not do a good job of letting the jury know. I think it would have been effective, either, for the defense, if the defense knows where it came from. And again, I'm just making up a place it could have come from, like another first responder, a fireman, someone with the ambulance, EMT, that they would have specifically, I guess they sort of did with this last witness, that he helped. He was somewhat involved with the fireman or whomever, where he helped get the body on the gurney and get it moved. Now,
in terms of close proximity, it's pretty clear that Mulaney was definitely very close to John O'Keefe's body. Same with Saraf. Like both of them were close in proximity to where he is. And again, we're not talking about some expansive piece of property, and again, we're talking about Karen Reed screaming, like hysterically screaming. Like this isn't calm Karen Reed. Now, what I anticipate is that the ride to the station, like maybe that's where Karen Reed is saying some things that these cops don't hear. It has to exist somewhere, because if Lally got up in front of the jury and just lied, it blows his entire case apart. Like
yeah, it's something that they've talked about pre-trial as well. So it's definitely exists somewhere.
It has to exist somewhere. It has to. So the other fascinating thing, I had never heard anything about the leaf blower that they're out there blowing. Like, so there's two discrepancies that we have going on between the state and the defense. One was the amount of snow that was on the ground at the time that John O'Keefe's body is discovered. The defense in their opening said that it was a dusting. Okay. And we've heard the state say on multiple occasions at this point that there's 6 inches on the ground.
Looked like a lot of snow to me.
Well, you can't tell anything from that cam. Like, I don't know if it's been plowed yet. I can't tell anything. Like an inch is like, I don't know if I would consider an inch even to be a dusting though. A dusting to me is where, the snow's swirling around on the street. It's not really sticking yet. Like when you start getting accumulation, I consider that not to be a dusting. So, I mean, that's going to come in, but the bigger fact that we have that I think is going to be a huge problem for the state is that we've now had 2 cops testify that none of them who were surveying the entire property saw any of the red plastic from the tail light. Not let alone not 45 pieces, but not even one. So I mean, that's a real problem for the state because, when these things, we don't need that.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out.
Why you trying to block my woman, man? What's going on?
But let's hear
all
from
right.
you, Jay, from our basically our juror.
Yeah. What were your biggest
struck you
takeaways?
Well, one was the shoe question. Why didn't you go into the house question? To me, that was like to me as a lay, like, why are you not going into the house? And that's the first time I think this is coming up, other than opening statements. Like, why, if this man is missing a shoe, are you not like looking into this? Why we're just like, oh, he's missing a shoe. Like, doesn't that you're the first officer to respond to the scene? You're like, there's a man out in the snow with blunt force trauma to his head, bleeding and getting CPR on, and he's missing clothing, and you're just like, all right, whatever. Like, why are they not going into the house? Another thing, just observationally regarding the 2 witnesses, which I found interesting, was the first officer, Saraf was his name, I think. Yeah. He was getting asked simple questions, which he could have, he was very clearly being evasive. He was very clearly had like an adversarial back and forth, where I feel like they did make points with the second witness. I think the second witness did a better job of just owning up to what, like, he was just answering honestly. He wasn't like, but I very clearly the officer Saraf was like, he knew he fucked up and he was trying to like, but like there were just simple questions that he was asking on cross that he was like clearly lying about, like very clearly to me. I mean, again, I'm really not trying to come at this with bias. It's just me observing it. But to me, I thought he like, we see witnesses time and time again where it's like, just tell the truth. Like, if you fucked up, you can have more credibility with the jury than to fight and lie. And like, Jackson had like, Jackson was so good that he would just keep asking him questions and get one he wanted out of him anyway. So that was just some of my observations.
Yeah, no, and look, I mean, watching trials, the entire point, the reason why we were not thrilled with the setup for Chad Daybell was because we could not see the witnesses. We could not see the reactions. We could not see their cheeks turning bright red. We could not see all the telltale signs of somebody being caught in a lie, which you can see here. Us merely observing that clearly Saraf was full of shit is like, I mean, we have to call it like we see it. Like you said, the young cop, I mean, he just came across as, yeah, very, very honest kid, and obviously he did not testify at the grand jury, the state grand jury, where he's saying completely different things that very, very much led to Karen Reed being charged with 2nd-degree murder, because that's my boyfriend. And did I hit him is a far cry from I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in terms of when you're putting a case to a grand jury and whether or not they're going to return a true bill of indictment. So, I mean, that like that, and Lally couldn't do anything with it. You know, I mean, the Lally could not do anything with it. I mean, I hate to say it, but in the jurors' minds, that was huge that early on in the case to have that kind of discrepancy. I don't care if she says it anywhere else and they put another witness on. It's not going to take back the fact that he was either coached or told at the grand jury to say, this is what you're saying. This is what the story is. You know what I mean? It's like, because Lally did nothing to repair that because
And
he couldn't.
And it's strange because at a grand jury, he could have said somebody else heard this, because you can get in hearsay and it's the entire investigation. So that one of my other officers reported that she said X, Y, and Z. And what I'm glad that Maya raised this question, because I'm trying to get in the habit of texting us like the things that come into my mind, but that was a huge thing about the objections. We talked about this early on pre-trial, where the judge said, I want objections with, and that the objection, and that's it. And I said, well, I imagine she means objection with the tiny basis afterwards, hearsay,
Grounds, yeah.
relevance. This is so insanely problematic, because now we're left with the I don't think that the appellate court can hold it against the lawyers, right, for not giving their basis, which is the usual way that that plays out. The appellate court will say there was no basis provided. You might, like, it is literally as if you didn't object. So in this case, the only thing that the appellate court can do is literally consider every possible basis for the objection to determine if the judge had any possible reason for leaving it out, when that's not the way it works. Because if the judge left it out for one reason and it affects the that doesn't involve as much discretion, or whatever the case may be, like, an error is an error, and now they get the benefit of, like, any possible error can support this, any possible reason can support this and make it not be an error. And a lot of times it speaks to, for example, if you keep getting objections on the same issue and they keep getting sustained for the same reason, and that reason becomes questionable or erroneous, or whatever, that cumulatively can have an effect on the ability to cross-examine, the ability to present a case. I mean, I find it ridiculous that they wouldn't at least, we've got the rules of evidence. You could say something like 401, which would just be a simple relevance. You could say 80 whatever for hearsay, because there's different 800 level rules that deal with hearsay, that wouldn't affect the jury, that would still protect the record and know what the hell the person is claiming the issue is. Because the other issue is, how in the hell does the defense
Exactly
reformulate their question?
Exactly.
Come
That
at it.
was exactly my point. That was gonna, like, because that's what you can't do if you're the defense attorney. If you don't know what the basis of the objection is, how can you cure your question? If you, like, is it relevance? Is it hearsay? Is it
foundation?
Any of it? Yeah, like that's
just real-
that's my biggest problem with it.
Sorry, just real quick on StreamYard, I don't see that you have the cord up. Like, do you have it on your? I just don't want us to miss if it goes back.
Oh yeah, I have it on my screen here.
Do you have it on the, like, because like before I saw it on the? Oh, do I have to just switch?
No, let me see.
Like, Bob's watching it on his.
I'm watching it on my second screen.
All right, but like you have it on, like, if, oh, all right, good. All right, sorry, my bad. All right,
come on, Jay.
I'm sorry.
I think it was a fair question, Jay Bird. I think it was. I'll keep it up there. I'll keep, like, I want Jay to feel comfortable, so I'm going to keep it right there so my boy can look at it.
No, it's okay. It's all right. One thing also I thought was super interesting was the leaf blower. What the hell is that about? Why do they have a fucking leaf blower? Like, is that what you do at a crime scene? You just blow shit away? I mean, what? Why is there
trying to clear snow? So I mean, like, to me, that go and I had posted. There was an interesting comment that, in terms of how you quantify the amount of snow, is a regional thing. Like in Buffalo, they considered 6 inches to be a dusting, which I could see because they get dumped on up there. So I think there's some truth to that. And with those nor'easters, they get hammered up in Boston too. So, you know, what I consider to be a dusting in Chicago, you know, because we don't get hit quite like they do in the Northeast, you know, it very well could be very different. So, but I think that goes to, if there's 6 inches, I don't think you're using a leaf blower. Like this whole question of how much snow there is at 6 a.m. in this day and age, where we can pull up the weather report and probably get to the millimeter accumulation of what, like, by the minute, is ridiculous to me. Like I keep meaning to just go on to whatever weather sites carry that kind of data and just look it up. Like, was there 6 inches or was there like nothing there? Like, was it just starting? Because I've heard both, like leading up to the trial, I've heard both, that the nor'easter was just starting, that the right around 6 is when the snow was really starting to come down, you know. But then we know that Lucky Loughran's out there. It's starting at 2 a.m, you know, like, and if you got a snowplow guy out there, that would seem to indicate there's some snow on the ground. I mean, typically around us, you can see them, they're staging, you know, like when you got the plow guys out, they obviously know that a storm's coming. They get everybody out there. They're all staged.
Or sometimes they're salting.
They're always salting. As soon as it starts to come down, they're definitely always salting. You know what I mean?
Either way, why is there a leaf blower? Like, is that why, if there's a dead man?
Are you asking if that's protocol for law enforcement?
Like,
to go
why?
and blow
What is?
evidence?
And I thought Ali brought a great question. Was it battery operated, or did someone plug it into the house? Where was the power to that thing? I thought that was a really great question, which they didn't ask. But
I'm sure they'll bring out at some point how in the hell it got introduced into the scene. Now, I can imagine if the body is missing a shoe, which again, we're going into this with very little, you know, pre-knowledge of what everybody's, you know, position is and all the facts. Just, you know, some of what we heard in pretrial hearings that we covered. But if there's a missing shoe, I can definitely imagine why they would want to be sifting through the snow to find things, you know. I just find it surprising if they would keep a snowblower in their car, but I don't know if that could be a protocol. If in Boston they do get a lot more snow, like that maybe officers are carrying a snowblower around, or I don't know, but I'm sure we'll hear about it. But to me, a missing shoe, first of all, I can't imagine. Let's say that this is all, you know, I guess anything can happen with drunkenness. But if you take it from the side that this happened in the house, and you've got all these law enforcement in there, and then this body comes out, that they're going to leave a shoe inside. Like, to me, that would be like they would notice the missing shoe when they're carrying the body out, and they're not going to leave the shoe inside the house for somebody to find later. So I guess we'll just have to see how that sort of evidence plays out. But where in the level of the snow the shoe is ultimately found, and where, like Bob has mentioned a couple times, you know, these pieces of taillight are found in the level of snow. Again, floating on top at some point would be absurd, right? But we'll have to see what the testimony is on all those fronts.
I mean, like even if we're to presume that the state's theory of the case is what happened, and she hits him going 20 miles an hour, that is not the speed in which you are blasted out of your shoes. I've seen accident reconstruction stuff where people are literally knocked out of their shoes. We saw it with Stephen Smith, adjacent to the Murdoch trial, right? The young kid who got run over by a car, his shoes somewhere down the road, you know, and like it was thought to be that he was struck by a vehicle. Like the missing shoe, like the strength of the defense's question there was that when you see that this guy's one of his shoes is missing, how do you reach the conclusion that the right thing to do is not to ask to go into the house to see if potentially his shoe is in there, especially if you've surveyed the lawn and you're not seeing it anywhere? It was powerful because remember the defense at this juncture is really kind of hamstrung in terms of how much they can get into with respect to the lack of investigation in that house, which was none. If you guys are not familiar with this case at all, you are never going to hear a witness ever from the state get on the stand talking about the search and the processing of the scene inside that house, because it never happened. That's one of the bigger issues for me in this case, where it just reeks of impropriety. Because again, I say it every time that we have this discussion, if it's Jay's house, if it's my house, if it's any of your houses in the chat, if you have an individual that who is known to have been coming to your house, not some random guy that just walking down the street that had a grabber and died in your front lawn, but somebody that you knew or law enforcement knew was destined to go into that house. It's the reason he was there, who ends up dead on your front lawn. If you think for one moment that law enforcement isn't coming into your house, you're dreaming. They're going, if you're not going to consent to it, they're going to go get a warrant and they'll have enough probable cause to get into your house. The fact that didn't happen, like that did not happen in any capacity here, has always bugged me. It's been the bigger thing for me in terms of, we've got these relationships with Proctor and, like, and just in the Albert family that lives in that house. And you've got this fact that's out there that they didn't do the investigation. They didn't fully investigate it. And in the search for truth, I always have to believe that if law enforcement's truly searching for the truth, that you have to do a thorough job. Now, that's not to say that they wouldn't have gone in the house, because look, if I'm,
hey Bob, real quick,
if I'm the Alberts, yeah.
Is your thing live?
Yeah, I think so. Why? Are you seeing something?
Yeah.
You are?
Oh
your
boy.
thing it's on live.
After I challenged Jay for challenging you. How dare you, Jay?
Are you seeing the hearing?
Are you
Lord.
on Law and Crime? Are you live? I see a young gentleman who we have not seen before going to the stand.
Okay.
So Allie, look what just happened there.
Sorry, Jay.
All right, I'm putting it up. I'm putting it up.
Do it.
All right, and let me get us live. Oh yeah, I may have had a pause.
Oh, my God.
We didn't miss anything. Everybody relax. Relax.
Now you gotta flip us over to the other side.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Mandy, flip us.
Good morning, sir.
Set that up.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nutall. Last name is Nutall, Nuttall.
Already did it.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And
Here might
how
be if
long
you
have
did
you
it.
been a
If I did it,
firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
Where did Mandy go?
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as
boom, look at me go.
Paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Scituate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Scituate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what is that?
So in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, I mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body, progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application in writing and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group, Group 2.
Okay. And my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
And where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
I'm going to pause this real quick. Crystal, and anybody who doesn't know, And if you guys, because we're very receptive, if there's things that we can do to enhance your experience, let us know. But if you'll notice at the bottom of the screen, we always have that scroll running. And I don't know if it's Jay or Mandy does a great job about updating who is on the stand and what's happening, whether it's direct or cross. Like if you guys want us to add, like you may not be familiar with who the prosecutor is, Adam Lally. If you guys want us to add, or if it's Yanetti or Jackson doing it, let us know. We'll add that to the scroll. But I just wanted to point that out real quick for those of you who may not see that thing down there.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as the 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the Canton Fire?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross-band those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday. Do you recall 2022? Do you recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th? Right. And prior to, or the 28th sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reported to come?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
What a diligent young man.
And to that point, when it
Reminds
comes
me of my
to
son.
sort of, snow removal at the fire station, what, if any,
Firefighter
sort of
son.
duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. For the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, right?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flaherty and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is Car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was Car 5, Engine 3, and Ambulance 1.
I was going to comment that they want to put people who don't know anybody
was
on
Captain
first.
Robury. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch, an unresponsive male in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe for the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
If he's their witness to the
And
statements,
when you come around the passenger
that's
side
strong.
of the
Oh my
ambulance,
God.
observe that in such a
She
manner.
literally just stole
Running
my
left or right,
thunder.
or how are you heading when you come around?
I was literally making this coffee. So we all love this handsome, young, diligent, life-saving kid, right?
seems very honest so far. I'm sure the next question is going to be, prior to this, you did not know Jennifer McCabe, you did not know the Alberts. Blah, 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 blah. If
He's my prediction. He's the guy who's going to say.
If it is, then I tell you, I believe that the defense took a wrong approach of trying to establish no one else heard it instead of just undermining the meaning of it by what we have said in the past, that at that point she thought she might have actually done it. So I'd say that was an error on the part of the defense. If in fact this witness is the witness, now all of a sudden, if this changes to, and you're the close personal friend of McCabe, I don't know how I'll feel, because I've been thinking all along their credibility to me is going to depend a lot on what I see. And to me, this human being is coming across as honest and forthright.
By far the most credible. It's hilarious. You said I was running up here to get on before you said exactly what, because I was out making the coffee. He's that kid. He's that kid. He comes across as earnest, truthful, credible. Like, I'm thinking this is going to be the kid who's going to say Karen Reed said I hit him. So,
and although I believe that you could get, and maybe it's my own biases, but if he was a police officer going to make the same assertions, I would not be as firm in my believability
that's
of
definitely
him.
your own biases.
I know,
defense
but
attorney Mata.
I know, but I just think firemen don't do that kind of thing.
Well, plus we're biased. Our kid's a firefighter, and
Well, yes.
I love firefighters. They're heroes.
But even before he was a firefighter, I've always had the position. I wish firemen and cops would just switch roles, and the personality of the person who decides to be a fireman will be the cops. And then I actually have another job for the cops, but we don't need to go there.
And Bob, real quick before you unpause it, we got over 1,600 people on between our YouTubes and our Twitters. For everyone on YouTube, if you could hit that like button. We're sorry before when Bob hit the Keurig button, somehow we turned off the chat, but now it's back on YouTube. So if you're on Twitter, come in, chat with us. We'd love to have you here. Thank you so much.
And sometimes we put our legal analysis right in the chats instead of pausing as we did here. So you don't want to miss out on that.
Yeah, for sure. And real quick, we realize that there are a ton of other creators covering this. So we thank you guys so much for trusting and hanging with us. It means everything to us. All right, let's see what this kid has to say.
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what, if any, description do you have of those?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached him?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood, but when you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with two paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is
Yep.
that correct? Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve mask?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up. Okay. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing. And it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was just a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know about how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
You have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
So you indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this time?
Stop.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just one second. You use the term in there as far as cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training and experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize, we keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there are 3 females sort of huddled around, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. It was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be, that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some point you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on And we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that point?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed. And then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed. And that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that the protocol?
You mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker. And for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you're removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance left the ambulance at some point.
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And use the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
The lack of a better term is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. it isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed intratracheal tube.
Mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
So there's some vomit.
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction suction system to remove it before we intubated.
And just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend, and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for, and what is that device? What does it do?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved. And when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on the arm?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment, and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene ask them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
Wow.
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other 2, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
I'm angry at the
And,
defense right now.
As far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, it was they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the three females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your apartment is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing that?
So at that point, I had myself and Matt Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flaherty. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, did Firefighter Flaherty, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did Firefighter Flaherty ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, Firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
Recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flaherty, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
I don't care. The defense still lost credibility from this. I'll
Yes,
explain
maybe.
my position.
Let's
I'll
see.
explain my, right, we'll see.
Let's see.
He hasn't asked if he knew the people
So-
inside.
When it comes to the report that we were that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flaherty.
And have you seen Firefighter Flaherty's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Tom?
This is a haunted bot, huh? I thought there'd be like equations and shit on the walls.
So, Sean, you're not going to answer this.
All right.
Guys.
We're in trouble again.
No, it's not that emotional of a witness, but you know. I will explain my position on why the defense
You
lost
recognize that, sir?
credibility
I do.
What do you recognize that?
when he's done.
This is what I believe to be the NFIRS report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by Firefighter Flaherty.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm up and seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
May have just one go.
Okay.
It's pre-marked. Come on, it's pre-marked.
I
What are we
wanted to
doing here?
see if Lally looked red-faced, just to see if he's always red-faced.
No objection. Patient care report.
Maybe a little bit.
Oh yeah.
All right, that
Yeah.
will be marked, Madam Court
Definitely.
Reporter, please.
So we
Mark
might
it,
not be able
Karen.
to tell all that much from that because he's got a pretty good witness and he's still red-faced.
That's a good point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for marking that, court reporter.
Officer, if I could ask for the.
It's a good mock.
And the little, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Mr. Nutall, just directing your attention up to the screen there and what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
I believe that's B34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask you, recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the 3 females around, you see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, you observed that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed that.
They were right around in this general area. There.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your
Oh
Honor.
boy. Here we go.
All right, so pause it real quick. And we'll see if they fix it. But my issue as far as credibility was just that they didn't have to take the position that somebody was lying about, I did it, as opposed to just framing it as though, as we have kind of talked about before this, that could have just been that she was convinced based on what she had been being told and things that happened that, oh my gosh, I must have hit him. So to me, them using those other witnesses and implying it never happened because they didn't hear it. I mean, why else ask those questions? To me, that again, let's see what they do on cross, but coming from
I disagree with you. When you have at least Saraf on the stand, and they didn't belabor the point with Mulaney, the second cop, with respect to Saraf, you had to impeach the fact that he lied during his grand jury testimony. He
That
changed.
was different than the
No.
I did it.
No, it wasn't. It was not different. Like he
She
didn't.
said it was my fault, something like that. Those were the words he said at the grand jury, not the
Either
did it.
way. Like, so what you're saying is that when Yannetti asked Mulaney, you never heard him say, I hit him. That's the part you're taking issue with.
Yeah, they did that with both witnesses.
That I agree with. But with Saraf, you had to go all in. You had him impeached. Like, in my estimation, we would have impeached the shit out of that guy.
But we wouldn't have needed,
And
I
we
did
don't
it,
know.
I did it.
Let's wait and
Right.
see. Like, I have a lot of faith in these two lawyers. Let's
All right.
see what they have up
Yeah.
their sleeves.
Let's see it.
Let's see it.
Afternoon, Firefighter Nutall.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat.
Okay, I have to pause. So finally, this is the first time I've ever heard that John O'Keefe was wearing a big heavy jacket. Everyone kept telling, everything I kept hearing leading up to this trial is that he only had this gray hoodie sweatshirt on, this gray sweatshirt. That's all I'd ever heard. Because I was like, when you're thinking about the damage to the arm, okay, the which we'll see when we get to that portion of the testimony of the ME, these scrapes, I'm like, how is he getting these scrapes through a heavy jacket? It's winter. They know a nor'easter's coming through. So this is the first. I don't know if you all have heard, Jay. I don't know if you have heard.
No,
I've
I
never
haven't
heard that he was wearing a heavy jacket.
I put in chat that I thought that was going to be a massive topic, and it's the first thing they go to. And here's what I was just thinking right now, and we can go to it. But the guy just said that it's a big mess if someone's in a jacket. They use their shears, right? So wouldn't it be a big mess if he got hit by a car?
You would.
Wouldn't
think.
it be a big mess if if it went to his arm?
Right,
and cut his jacket.
You're gonna have
wouldn't there
huge
be a big
damage on the
mess
jacket.
like he just said the shears would do?
Right.
I don't.
All right.
All right, let it roll.
Interesting.
That you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, that I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you would indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone in this case exposed in a snowbank you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather. Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked, no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. Not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order.
All right. So a couple things real quick. Sleuthy had texted me. She wanted me to ask you, Allie, isn't it possible that when Karen Reed found John O'Keefe unconscious, that she hit him trying to wake him up, like slapped his face? Wake up, John. Wake up.
Sure. But again, my issue is with the defense not taking an approach like that, but instead making it seem as though it was never said. At least the way the questions came off with the first 2 witnesses was as though the defense was trying to present a scenario where these words were never spoken, hence they never saw them, as opposed to if they know it's going to come out by someone credible, don't make a big deal of it at all. You're going to explain them away either by that, which I think is kind of not the best, or by
all right. Well, do you smell an impeachment coming here? I smell a jacket impeachment. So
let's see what happens.
Smell an impeachment.
Look at that pause.
Look at it. Amazing.
Look at that.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether or not you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe is wearing when you found him?
Ooh.
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a...
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Is that fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
So I made up, I did it.
Saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene Probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all three of them sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
what you're talking about.
I was, and if to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head.
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just.
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no.
Furrows.
Two youths.
I'm so sorry.
Youths.
Boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey,
Definitely
my cousin
gonna be
Vinny.
a meme.
Yeah, got it.
Ah,
All right.
he said it.
When you
What-
said
what was the word?
Furrows.
you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors? And you said furrows.
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question.
What? Outrageous.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. and the laceration toward the right side
Yes.
of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background, that those injuries looked like he had been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh man, come on, Bev.
Look, I don't understand. That's this guy's job. That is this guy's job, triaging, assessing injuries first off, making determinations about injuries. To me, clearly it was something addressed pre-trial. So,
This is exactly what I was talking about when this kind of shit, though, when a judge is doing things like this can play against the state because it appears that they're trying to hide something. Like, why not let this kid testify? And I say kid, he's probably in his mid-30s, but anybody that's under 40 is a kid to me. But like, as far as this kid goes, why is she not allowing him to testify as to his observations? Like, why is she shutting it down? And when she's doing that, it is absolutely in the minds of the jurors, making them think, what, like, why is she not letting us hear this?
And if there's any other lawyers listening right now, I'd like to know what everybody thinks. That objection to him describing
The furrows.
Yes. I mean, this is he's assessing what he saw. He's literally
His observation.
describing what he observed as far as the physical manifestation of whatever injury.
That goes back to what you were saying, where there's no basis for the objection that's allowed to be stated. What was the objection?
Right.
Like his use of the term furrow, because that's what Lally didn't like. Lally didn't like it because furrow, like it with the scratching motion, goes to
All right, let's.
She's on some bullshit right now.
Thank you.
Sir.
A little break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fistfights?
Yes.
Okay. Injuries to the face.
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth.
Yep.
Injuries to the nose.
Yes.
The ears.
Yep.
To the eyes. Defensive wounds on the hands.
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. You could get hit with a golf ball.
Of course.
For instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else. Yeah. I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay.
I know.
And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that?
Correct.
The bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked it?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She was tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
yes,
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic.
Correct.
Hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught.
Very distraught.
Very upset?
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flaherty with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony, Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flaherty was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question, correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree
didn't
that
answer the
your
question.
testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
So you don't, I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think he needs to follow this up. So it's possible that you heard him say it to the
When you went to
girl.
the
not to you.
hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe, and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no,
No.
you did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that.
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
Okay. At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say, I hit him out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say, I heard this person say I hit him?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms,
You
Who
didn't
she said it to.
hear it from, you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now, she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you, just one last point. You've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you have discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there have been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can
It's a
add
fair
that.
question.
Have they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And,
Yeah.
and nobody's casting aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Oh, man. See, he got him.
No,
there.
when it comes to
Little
being
bit,
asked
yeah.
about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causalities or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
And just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about a particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Prof?
Sorry, sir, rephrase that for me.
let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So what, just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during the, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nutall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flaherty to the stand.
15 minutes. Don't think they're going to finish this witness if they're really ending at 1.
No,
Might have a little bit of time to fast forward.
Nah, you don't have any very I
Oh,
wasn't
for them
that
to get up
slow on the
there.
pause.
Okay.
Boop. Right there. Oh, it's like a young Bob
Perfect.
model.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012, until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
He's going to
And
drag this
even
preliminary
prior to
stuff out as
working
long
with
as he
the,
can.
Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what, if any, training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working at.
And so there's a written portion and practical portion to both the EMT as.
I'm sorry, real quickly. So with Nutall, the last witness, did we establish? So was he mistaken about the jacket? Is that what came out? Like
It seems, yes, it was absolutely mistaken about the jacket. He looked at the pictures, what the guy had on, he referred to as a thin sweatshirt.
Right, which I had always heard what he was wearing, this thin gray. Okay, so I just wanted to be clear that he was mistaken that he was wearing a thick winter jacket. Okay.
That's why the final question was, are you as sure about the fact that she said that as you were about the fact that he was wearing a heavy winter jacket? And his answer was yes.
Yes, right.
As well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regard to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
Do we
So
need
we have
this
two
again?
different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate over.
Do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between the two?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions, or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And with respect to each of the two station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have one tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of concern?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we're 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or a truck, or how does that work?
We usually just assign to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we can take the ladder, medical call, we can take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, into the evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes,
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been Ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to Ambulance 1 along with you with that?
At that time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, not Leahy, sorry, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, the 28th, 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast, that?
So leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for a relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take you back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight, but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what, if any, memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
So as far as in front of the apparatus doors, is a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
Before I leave and depart on that, just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and Firefighter Nutall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nutall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3, and just engine 3. Car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
Do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was
and you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by, who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to the EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 160. Specifically turning to the 7th page and asking for direct your attention to the far right column. You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that right column of the 7th page, Andrew, what, if anything, do you see with regard to times?
So we have our dispatch time, 6:06, en route time, 6:07, on scene, 6:14, at patient, 6:15, and we had transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital 6:45.
And that destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep, so from Revere Street, we would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. That would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep, so that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described as the...
So we had the fire apparatus. There was another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see two female parties, non-uniformed personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground, is that correct?
It was, yeah, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
But when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point you sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all of the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient's side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flaherty, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Ms. Tillali.
Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. Remind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Off tomorrow.
And then research or investigation into
Is that what
this
she
case.
said?
If you happen to
Think
see,
so.
hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. And we'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a half day.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
Looks like you're getting a half day, or Jay.
Wow.
That works out perfectly for me though, because we're actually traveling to New Orleans. So, I mean, that was later in the evening, but in terms of packing and just handling shit, that's Bev really did me a huge favor. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate you. Thank you. It's so sweet. It's a sweet, sweet judge. So what did you think? Day 2. I thought there was some, again, flew by. flew by. I mean, except for like Lally's just mind numbing, like over questioning of the, the background of the last two witnesses. It's like I got it with the first kid, you do want to establish, but like Alice and I would probably be like, we'll stipulate this guy's a trained EMT/firefighter. You don't have to go through 20 minutes of testimony to establish that he's credible,
They never agree to stipulate stuff like that because they want to
build him
up on their own and their own accord,
Yep. Exactly. So what did you think, Jay?
Hey there, Aaron Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind
Jesse,
me? It's that you got.
Take it easy. Take it easy, Jesse.
I thought, Bob, this is what we've been talking about this entire time. We have witnesses and we're establishing credibility and we're learning things that we could have not known before we started watching the trial. Like it's just fascinating to me. By the way, I just think Jackson is blowing my mind. Like he's so good to me
So
as a I've watched a bunch of trials and I've been to trials, obviously, as my old job, but you guys know better. You're defense attorneys, but I just think he's doing an amazing job. We see some attorneys that come off snarky, like Pryor. Like I didn't like Pryor. I thought he was an asshole. Like right. I think this guy, he does a great job. He does a great job when the question may be objected to and he finds another way of saying it or he finds another way of presenting it. I'm just really impressed by him. That's one of my observations.
Yeah, I mean, I warned all of you that you were going to be watching two phenomenal defense attorneys who just understand how to conduct a trial, how to conduct cross-examinations. And, it's like.
Who I'm still convinced. Nope, go.
Wow.
No.
No, I already forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Who I'm still convinced, despite as phenomenal as they are, that they made a bad strategic choice in the way that they presented the identities.
I don't know if I agree with you. I think that they knew that he was going to be testifying. I mean, Allie, you weren't kind of like privy to everything coming into this trial, but like the main thing I kept asking, because when I'm trying to think about these huge scratches and gashes or furrows on his arm, what's the first thing you think? Like how are you receiving these? Number one, if you have a thick winter jacket on, or even if you have a long sleeve shirt on, how are you getting these scratches? And of course, if you do receive them, you have to assume that it went through whatever piece of clothing that you were wearing, whether it's by the vehicle itself, whether it's by a dog, as the defense is suggest, whatever the case may be, that you're going to have matching damage to the article of clothing that will, basically, if you laid it over the wound, would perfectly match where the injuries took place. So when he comes in and testifies, that's why I was like, what? Like when he testifies that John O'Keefe's wearing a thick winter jacket, it's a huge deal. And they knew that he was going to be attacked about that, because this thing does not exist in evidence. There is no thick winter jacket. It does not exist. So Lally knows that's going to be an issue coming in. And he knew that he was going to be able, because I thought that was a very effective way to attack his credibility for an otherwise very credible witness, just in terms of his memory. I mean, Jackson did a very nice job establishing, look, when you're in the throes of trying to save somebody's life, you may not be paying attention to what may be considered mundane details because you're very tunnel visioned on trying to save somebody's life. That's what matters most. That's what your job is. And so, like pointing out that he kind of whiffed on a huge piece of evidence and misremembered the fact that there was a large jacket, I think helps in terms of, because she could have been saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Like, I mean, who knows? Like, you know what I mean? Like where you're not hearing her say, did I hit him? Like it's just her screeching. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming there's going to be another EMT or firefighter that's going to testify that they heard the same thing. But they also have the thing with Proctor, that his statement changes when he gets with Proctor, that he doesn't remember anything about that until he sits with Proctor. Remember, Proctor is in the defense's theory is the bad guy. He's the villain. He's the guy, with the, the little mustache, he's the bad guy. So when they're able to establish that the first time this comes up with Karen Reed saying I hit him is when he meets with Proctor. I mean, we're going to have to see how it plays out. Like I don't see these guys making huge strategic errors. Like they've gone through it all, backwards and forwards. You know what I mean? They're not stumbling into oopsie moments. Like that, that they're going to have a plan, but I mean, if your take on it is that they misplayed it, that's your take on it. I can't take away from that. Like I just, it's like it's like you kind of have to point it out because Lally made it sound like that's the only thing she said. But when we have the two cops, the first reporting officers, they don't hear anything. Like how do you reconcile that?
I think maybe I would have presented the question to the other two witnesses. Did you hear anything such as, did I hit him? Did I hit him? You know what I mean? Like, so that you weren't trying to make it seem like the actual words weren't spoken at all. Like maybe that slight difference, would have made a difference because it kind of brings home that you're changing it from did I hit him to she never said anything remotely like that. And whoever says that she did is, I mean, this is all by implication by the questions, but what I assume the jury was left with until he testified, no one ever said this. And anyone who says she did is about to lie to your face is kind of the way that questioning left, I think, people thinking. So either to shift it to, did you hear anything along the lines of, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Like, and saying it sort of the way you're saying it, if that's their position, because I thought their position was
Yannetti
going,
said it in openings. He said that Karen Reed was saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? You know what I mean? It's like, because and it came out, like, I think it was Mulaney, the second cop, is like that there were two things that she was saying. That's my boyfriend. Or is he dead? Like one of the two cops said, did I hit him? I thought.
No, is he dead?
Because or it's going to be either McCabe, who they're going to be able to destroy her credibility.
There's another female firefighter who is going to say that she said that. And I think because he asked on direct, were you with your associate or whatever firefighter whose role it was to interview these witnesses to get more information from the witnesses? And he said no. At that point in time, when she was tasked with that, she being this other firefighter or someone.
Dan, let me jump in real quick. Dan, did Saraf say that in terms of when he's at the scene, or is that what he said in his grand jury testimony? It matters. Like I can't remember if Saraf.
I thought it was. It's my fault. That's what I thought Saraf said at his.
That was the grand jury testimony. Well, right. Dan said that Saraf did say it. The question is when did he say it? Did he say it at the grand jury testimony, or did he say it like in relation to when I was just
take it back. I think he testified that she said the words, it was my fault. Something along those lines. Not I did it, but it's my fault. But he did not testify to that at the grand jury. At the grand jury, he just said all the other things she said, none of which was I did it or did I do it or whatever. Yeah. And none of which was it was my fault. That's what I remember, because he specifically asked both officers, did you ever hear the words, I did it, I did it, I did it? First he says just I did it. And then if you did, you would have put that in your statement. Yes. If you did, it would have been important enough to note. Yes. And he asked Saraf, if you did, you would have testified to it in front of the grand jury. Yes. So I don't know. And again, like, I don't think it's all that important, other than the fact that they kind of made it more important, I think, with the way that they questioned it. Even the slight shift from, did you hear I did it, to did you hear anything along the lines of, did I do it? I mean, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Versus I hit him, I hit him. And because in my mind, even if she has said, I hit him, I don't think that should have been made into one of the many conspiratorial type issues, because you're going to have some real strong conspiracy type issues, because it could have just been at that point in time, she thought she might have hit him because he's laying out on the ground. And
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely natural thing to think. And
Right,
remember,
so
she's shit-faced. She should not have been driving that vehicle. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to come in evidence that she was pounding like vodka sevens or vodka tonics or vodka club, whatever, all night. Like, you're going to hear that she kept getting shots and she kept dumping the shots into this, like she had a tall glass. She was shit-faced. Like she clearly could have struck him and not be aware, not have all been aware of it. She could have thought that she backed up and hit a curb. You know what I mean? Like, and not realize that she hit John. I don't think her asking that question is indicative of guilt at all.
I don't think so either. That's my point, is that either saying, did I, or saying I hit him, I think could have been put forward as a very logical belief at that point, just based on everything that's going on and like your fear in your head.
Right.
But I just thought, by the way they asked those questions, in my mind, it was making more of an issue of she never really said it. And if it doesn't matter that she said it, then why keep focusing on it like that? It is,
well, and that goes to the point that they overcharge this case. Like everything that she's doing in relation to when every first responder gets there, starting with Saraf, with the EMTs, with her running around like a chicken with her head cut off, hysterical, asking if she hit, like none of that points to intentionally killing John O'Keefe. Like none of it does. Not to me. They would have had a much stronger case for the manslaughter had they just stuck with that, because that's what this is indicative of to me, that she could have struck him, causing him to die. And, she shouldn't have been driving. She was intoxicated. They had a really strong case to that when they upped the charge to something that requires intent, that she intentionally did it. It changes the analysis completely. And we move completely away from that manslaughter analysis to one where she meant to do it. And like nothing that she's, because the strongest evidence I've seen thus far to anything, and it's not that strong, is the fact that she gets into the house, she doesn't say shit to the O'Keefes and just grabs her shit and leaves. Like that, that's the strongest thing they put on in terms of her state of mind. But again, we don't know what she's been told by law enforcement in terms of their mindset. So we don't know what her mindset is. Or she's still of the mindset, like, I accidentally killed John. These people fucking hate me. It's like either way.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, like, I forget what it was now, but I had something in my mind. But let's to shift gears, because I forget what that is. The whole shoe coming off point. I would expect, if it was the type of accident where, like, oh, that's what I was going to say. There's no set of circumstances, I don't, in my opinion, even knowing what I know right now, where anyone could convince me that this woman was angry and intentionally pulled forward, watched in her rear view with the plan to hit him, and sped back planning to hit him. So that I 100% agree with. But turning to the shoe thing that I was raising, you can't have it both ways. Was he bending over? Was he sitting down? Was he doing, like, if the shoe's coming off, you would definitely expect the body to have been jerked, as opposed to a smack in the head. But I don't know. I mean, we'll just have to see what Jay, you've been talking a lot about the, not only the reconstructionists, but the
biomech.
Right. The
Mechanical engineer.
mechanical engineers, and I mean, it's not something that's within my purview of my everyday common knowledge, but I would, in my just basically layman perspective, I would almost expect the body to have struck differently for the shoe to come off. But
And by the way, I'm still want the explanation for how he got on the lawn where he is. Like, I haven't. Obviously, we just started this trial, but I'm very curious to see.
Is there a side driveway there? I was thinking
There's
the
the
same
driveway
thing.
to the right of the house, right? And then he shows up at the left. So are they saying she drops him off in the street? She does like a 3-point turn and then backs up and not like I don't know what the allegation is, but like it seems like he would have to have like flown there. Like
Right. Is
I
there
don't know if-
another driveway on the side? Does anyone know? Because I was left thinking the same thing, Jay. Like, wait a minute. So are you telling me before the snow hit, she drove over a curb onto the grass, full speed like that, and when the snow goes away, there's no marks on the grass? I couldn't tell if there's another side driveway or what happened or what they're saying happened. Somebody said there are two
Not now,
driveways.
Judge. Not now.
Oh, wait, that's not the one I meant to highlight. I meant to highlight someone who said there were 2 driveways, but it's okay.
Let me see. Okay, so like to me, the state's going to have some real issues with the fact that, like, so we have, like, he didn't ask Nutall whether or not he saw any of the broken taillight around, did he?
No.
It was only the 2 cops, right? I mean, like the broken taillight thing is going to become a major issue for the state to overcome in this, and it's like now we know that they were like, I had never heard anything about them using a leaf blower.
I had heard that. I just don't remember.
What did you guys think about that evidence where they're showing a person walking? What did you guys think about that? Where like he's highlighting that was, I thought, interesting view from that camera where
Right, that they were fully aware of what was going on if she's going inside to talk to them or ask any questions and they're still not coming out. Obviously their point was it was to get input from them and, to collaborate on their stories. I definitely thought it was interesting. I think I said something like, aha, like when it happened. So I feel like whether it was like super significant or not, like the jury was probably left a little bit like that because that was like just my visceral reaction. Like, oh, there it is. She went back into the house. But
and Sleuthie had sent me this. Like, I just want to clarify so this is the full text of Saraf's report. So, he says on 129, I was dispatched to 34 Fairview for a report of an unresponsive party in the snow. When I arrived, I saw 3 people on the ground over the victim. O'Keefe was waving at me. O'Keefe being the victim, obviously. They said that he was not breathing. They were performing CPR. I noticed Karen, the victim's girlfriend, had blood on her face.
Victim can't be waving at him.
No, it's just poorly written. He was
okay.
over the ground of the victim, O'Keefe,
waving at her. Okay,
me,
sorry.
yeah. I noticed Karen, the victim's girlfriend, had blood on her face from doing mouth to mouth. O'Keefe was bleeding from his face. I went over to the victim and I felt his skin and it was cold to the touch. I asked if he was a drug user. They said no, he's a Boston cop. I went to get the AED from my patrol vehicle, and at the same moment the Canton Fire Department was arriving, fire department took over the care of Mr. O'Keefe. Then following that, Karen kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and was not able to tell me what happened. I tried to console her to keep her out of the inclement weather. I had her sit in one of the cars. Now that's the thing that like Jackson didn't really get into that with, like, when does that happen? Like, she's like, because we know like Nutall is coming when the fire department gets there, they take over. Like that timing wasn't addressed.
They did say she was in and out. Like she'd get in
and out of the car.
Yeah.
So it says Sergeant Good or Goody arrived and started speaking to the parties that were there. And that's the sum total of his entire report. So he definitely did not say in his report that she said, did I hit him? Did I hit him? So,
Or again, his thing, if that's Saraf, was it's my fault. That was the words that he
that
spoke.
was Sarah. But we know that was only brought up during the grand jury testimony.
Or no, I think it was that he testified to that today.
Oh,
but
he
didn't
testified
testify
to it yesterday. Yeah, on direct.
or yesterday.
So
right.
he had impeached him on two different things, his direct as well as his grand jury testimony. So another interesting day. So Allie was talking about doing like a post show. I don't know.
Kind
What
of
do you
just
think?
done it at this point.
I think, yeah. Exactly.
I'm gonna go back and hear what this guy said. So hold on a sec. You guys keep chatting.
Okay.
Well, while we'll keep chatting, we want to thank everyone so much for being here. We have over almost 2,000 people between our Twitter and our YouTube. If you're on Twitter, again, come to YouTube because some things we don't do on Twitter. So first of all, you might miss some stuff. And second of all, our chat we think is the best in the land. We
Best
have
in the land.
the best folks. And a reminder, because I saw some people had some confusion. Next time it'll be on my channel, and then like we're alternating each day so we can have everyone together in chats. So make sure you subscribe to my channel, to Defense Diaries, so you don't miss anything. And if you missed it, if you're coming in late, I didn't know this, but no court tomorrow in Karen Reed. So that was.
I'm glad that I didn't wake up at 7:45 because for me it's crack of dawn type shit. You know, like Mandy texted me last night. She's like, "Oh, it starts at 9." I'm like, "What? I thought this was like 10 o'clock." You know, and I was on with Julie Grant early, but I knew I was only doing a 15-minute thing with her, so one block. But yeah, so Thursday I'll be coming live from New Orleans, so I'm excited about that. I should be in pretty good condition. I don't think I'm going out and seeing any music. I might, but I definitely won't be going crazy Wednesday night. So I'll be tip top for us on Thursday.
Nice.
I'm hoping I got like a nice courtyard where I can like come from, like, so we can get the New Orleans vibe. Give you
maybe
all
have a Hawaiian shirt of some sort. Some beads.
I mean, I'll have some. I don't do the beads because I'm not a New Orleans rookie. But it's a great time to be down there because Jazz Fest is in full swing, and the Rolling Stones are playing first time ever Jazz Fest on Thursday. So excited about that.
I just want to plug this real quick, folks. This Sunday, I'm having Julia Cowley and Jack from Never a Truer Word again. And if you check my pinned tweet, if you are on Twitter, because a lot of folks are on Twitter, I'm doing a contest. I want to help them out because they've come on with me and it's been like the best shows I've had pretty much. I want to help their podcast. So all you have to do, reply to my pinned tweet with a 5-star, I have the directions there, but a 5-star review of Jack's podcast and Julia's. And I'm giving out two $50 gift cards on Sunday. So if you're there, you can win. Or if you're just on YouTube, you can email me at theshamingofjay@gmail.com. No,
yeah,
they're not.
Don't forget to give us 5 stars too. We got a
little of course,
right here. Like we can
all the code.
Yeah, those always help. And if you actually listen to it, if you're willing to take the time to write up a little review, especially since I get so much heat on the other side of Delphi. Like I need people kind of like flooding in there to offset people giving us 1 stars just because they hate our opinion because they misconstrue what we're saying about Delphi. They think that we're screaming that Richard Allen's innocent when that's not what we're saying. We just want the guy to have a fair trial because everybody needs that to happen. So, but before we roll, I was obviously throwing them up on screen.
You're not rolling because I'm getting back to people.
All right. So while
answer
Allie's
some
doing that,
stay legal and keep people's attention.
We're
They're
not
all
going to torture
eat.
Jay and make Jay stay on with us while we're doing that. I mean, you're obviously more than welcome, but we're not gonna hold you to it. So, but I do want to thank everybody who was incredibly gracious and generous today. I want to thank everybody. Just going to shout them out. I threw them all up on the screen while we were going, but Deja, thank you for the gifted memberships. Debbie with the $10 holla. Amy K, member of 6 months. Amazing. Love that. Thank you. Aw, family hug. Grin for me. Feed Bob. $5 holla. Appreciate that. Should always feed me. No one needs hangry Bob, Jay. No one needs it.
No.
Jen, always give her 10, gifted 10 memberships to DD. Annie, new member. Oh, family hug, welcome. Jinxie, $10, telling us to buy some flowers for our women, Jay. I agree. They deserve all the things. All the things at all times. Shannon L, again, gifted a DD pod membership. Cammy Q, always giver. Shannon L's an always giver too. And Cammy Q gifted five. Jen, Mod, always giver, amazing. $10 super. Thank you so much for that $10 holla. Publicly Buzz, Steve, our homie, our brother in arms, gifted 1 DD. Thank you, Steve-O. Love you at Publicly Buzzed. And Jay and I are on a campaign. They have been at like 9.5 for way too long. Those dudes are awesome. They're part of our family.
All right, let's.
No, let me finish these real quick, babe, in case people want to bounce. Shiraz, always giver. You're amazing. And we just turned Shiraz on to Dumpsta. She had never heard Dumpsta Funk. It's sad she came on right at rest in peace to Nick Daniels III, who just passed away, who was the just OG bass player, vocalist for Dumpsta Funk, just passed away this past week. So right during Jazz Fest. So there's going to be an epic, like an absolutely epic second line. If you guys have never seen a second line, if we're there in time for the second line, I'll probably go live with it. It's one of the most like incredibly moving things that you'll ever see. And it's typically after a funeral, and it's a celebration of life where just musicians, horn players all get in and they have a parade through the streets, spontaneous parade where everybody just kicks in and everybody's dancing and, celebrating Nick Daniels. So if that goes down, be looking for a little live from me, because I'll probably go live for a few minutes with that. So thank you, Shiraz. Appreciate you and your generosity. Meg, always giver. Thank you so much for those 10 DD podcast memberships you gifted out. Shannon, another always giver. You've been great on both shows. You guys are all so generous on both shows. Jay and I are beyond appreciative of you guys.
Absolutely.
And thank you for being a member for 6 months, Shannon. And then Shiraz came in with like hot.
Shiraz is like the goat.
Dude, she is unbelievable. Legal Mama, new member. She laughed. She's like, oh, law student. She's in the biz. So she thought that was cute. But we're so glad that you're part of the fam. Welcome. Olive Oil, $5 holla. Hater Guy, $5 holla. And I don't know if I threw this one up. If she was yelling it, how many times did the cops not hear it? Interesting question. Thank you for your support. Pinky Doodle, $5 holla. I know I threw this one up there. I don't know if we answered it though. Mandy Strong, thank you. I'm glad that I hope you were able to figure it out. Mandy was trying to become a member today. I don't know if that ever got figured out. Like the one thing I like about Restream, like Jay, is that you can throw up the QR codes right on the screen. I have not seen that option on StreamYard, so I don't know. But thank you for that incredibly generous $20 holla. We appreciate it. Lazy Susan, Jay yelled at her, made her cry earlier. She hung with us. We were so happy that you did, and thank you for that generous $3 holla. We'd be
sorry, Susan.
And then Miss J is drunk driving intent. No, it's not. It can't be used as intent. And then Mama K, love all three of you. Family hug. We love you back, Mama K. You're a valuable part of the community. We thank you. Are y'all done with Daybell? No, we are not done with Daybell. Shannon, Jay's beautiful wife, brilliant wife, and my beautiful and brilliant wife will be giving updates. I think the third, and it'll be in summary fashion. So it'll be nice so that you guys will get the important stuff that happened and then the times that we weren't covering it, and they'll give you the updates. They'll give you analysis. It's going to be great. I think the first one's planned for Thursday night. I think Allie, you still sticking with that? Hello?
Allie, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Oh, I was wondering why you continued with you scared everyone off with your thank yous, but here's what he testified to.
No, Allie, he asked you if you guys are still doing Thursday night for Daybell. Are you doing Thursday afternoon? Did you guys decide?
Oh, we might go Thursday right after it ends, but we're gonna have to obviously assess and pull some parts of
footage
Daybell from that day, right? Just because you know, I'm hoping that maybe I can catch the stones, but I'm also thinking that I'm not going to have the access Bob has, so I might not want to struggle bus with the ridiculous crowd. So I haven't decided yet, but I think we're going to do it earlier. We're going to do it closer to when it ends.
Yeah, for
Is
sure.
what it seems like.
Well, if it helps you, I mean, potentially, if it helps you guys, I could, since you guys are off, I could, and if our folks are looking for something to do, I could stream some of Daybell by myself tomorrow during the day if people want to. So this way, you like they already have that stuff, and you don't have to cover it in your recap. I'll talk to you guys. We'll figure that out if you guys
All
want.
right, cool. That might be awesome.
All right. So does everyone want to know what he
And then
testified
finally,
to?
Ginny, and I really just wanted to read this comment. My favorite place to watch coverage. Sorry, babe. We love that you're saying that. That means everything to us. Thank you so much for being a member for too much. All right. Sorry, babe. I'm done.
Okay, so they go on and to establish that in his report he doesn't say anything other than her saying, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" In his meeting with Proctor, he doesn't say anything other than, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" And then this is what he testified to at the grand jury.
Months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote. That's correct.
Yes. So he did say that at the grand jury. I thought he said it here and not at the grand jury. Let's see. They're about to bring it round here.
Of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct? That's correct. But nowhere in your official report did you say that. That's correct. And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that. That's correct. You think that was a pretty important omission on your part? It was an oversight. An oversight. Yes, sir. But a woman who you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that. Yeah. Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
So, oh wait.
And your
Pop, you're muted.
again, right?
If you know the time marks, I could just pull up the actual footage.
It's all right.
Remember what you said yesterday? These yours? I don't remember word for word. Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday you said, my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote. Yes. Remember that? Yes. Yes, sir.
So there you go. That was the distinction.
No.
You didn't
And
say
you
that
didn't
at the
say
grand
that to
jury.
Trooper Proctor. No, sir. And you didn't put it in your report. That's correct.
Yeah, Allie, just so you're aware, like a whole bunch of Delphi shit dropped today.
The eye roll from Allie. Oh boy.
The case that never sleeps. It's like daily. Well, that thing's fast approaching. So
Well, just to bring that around for the people that waited for it. So what he did, there was a shift in the report. He doesn't mention anything more than she said, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" In his interview that following day with Proctor, he doesn't mention anything other than, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" Then for the first time at grand jury, he says very understatedly, like, that she said, "My fault. Is he dead?" Like some more less kind of assertion than what he testified to on direct was, "It's my fault. I did this. Is he dead?" Things of that nature. So that was the impeachment there. But he definitely is asked again later at the end, she didn't say, I hit him, or anything like that. And the answer was, no, I didn't hear anything like that. If she had said anything like that, I would have put it in my statement. So, that's where we were with that. And I know you've thanked everybody already. So
So Jay, who knows who was the last firefighter they left off with on the stand? Do we know?
Yeah, his name?
Yeah, do we?
Anthony Tony.
Flumati.
Yeah.
Fumati?
Flumati.
Flu with an F, I think.
Flumati, eh?
Flumati sounds like a nice Italian kid.
We got Italian and Irish names in this so far.
Flumati, yeah.
And they were sure to point out on cross-examination that either this gentleman, who he also called Tony, or the other firefighter was giving CPR at the same time. So would have also been by the head, just under the head at the chest when this exact statement was made. So what will be obviously interesting to see on Thursday is if the other firemen recall this very same statement.
Okay.
So I see the response is yes. So I could do that. And I think that'll take a little load off of you, Sean. So I can stream. But what I need to do, what I need everyone in here to do, if we're going to watch Chad Daybell, I need to put a little sticker, little thing in your brain and turn it to like 2 speed, because it's gonna be breakneck. We're going from Boston back to Daybell, so just get ready. You're gonna want to take a nap. It's gonna be really slow. You're gonna want me to put it on
start late and play it in 1.5.
I could do that too.
But I mean, I don't think it's necessary unless everybody wants to see the full day. I mean, Shannon and I, when we do our summary, are gonna cover that anyway, but that doesn't mean people don't want to see the whole day. So if that's what people want, then do it.
What do you guys tell me? Would you rather just get the recap, or do you want to watch it tomorrow? You guys let me know.
Probably people that want both.
But make sure you, by the way, either way, Thursday for the Karen Reed, it's going to be on my channel again. We're, for folks coming in late, maybe we're alternating each day. So and then Ali and Shannon are going to give the highlights of the all the Chad Daybell stuff.
Yes. And I really wish Bob would put up the audio for our Lori Vallow coverage, so people could be accessing that on YouTube. Look, he can't even hear me speaking right now.
Yeah, I can hear you speaking.
I thought you were pulling a me where I was like focused and didn't even hear you guys' question.
Like white noising you. Yeah. No, I always hear you, babe. Always.
All right, I'll stream it.
Like Bob's going to put me to work to read some motions.
Jay's
Delphi.
streaming. He's doing it. He's doing the damn thing. All right, let's see.
Well, then good. You can also mark important minutes for us. That
Oh no, I won't be paying attention to it, Ali. I can't do that too. That's too much for me. That's
too much.
I'm very important, and I have other things to deal with. I'm sure there's someone who can. No, I'll keep an eye on that.
No, there is someone doing that for us, so I don't think it's that.
Yeah, I like Al. You're gonna want to read these filings today.
All right, what do you have? Who's it from?
Is
there a response to that motion in Lemonade?
Let's see. I don't think so, but there's a very interesting email that was attached to one from the judge to Rosie that covers a bunch of stuff. So I don't know, including third-party culprit stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they attached it as an exhibit to their file. Man, they just do that shit. It's interesting.
I mean, Bob and I have been amongst ourselves kind of yelling and screaming about the third party culpability evidence and when is the defense going to raise this pre-trial, and we've got to get it addressed in Lemonade, and they've got to hit their burden, and but obviously we're assuming that the defense is fully aware of that and has been diligently working on that and ready to address it. So let's start. Okay. So I don't know. Let's meet in the middle there, babe, and start going over everything. He's up, I'm down.
What for right now?
Yeah.
Like just pull shit up and go?
No, I
No,
think she's saying
no.
no.
I
She's
said meet
saying
me
take a
in the
break
house. Right.
Oh,
in the house.
yes.
And
Okay.
folks, I'd be remiss. We got to talk about Tracy and Dizzy's Discord, because if Allie and Bob do go live, make sure you're on there. Plus, it has all the documents from this case, all the documents from every cases, and it'll give you the a notification, which YouTube doesn't sometimes. So make sure you're on that Discord if you are on Discord, because then you'll get a notification. Because sometimes Bob and Allie go live, and YouTube is not going to notify you. So that's a good place to get those.
Yes. And it's amazing.
It is. It's awesome. It's really good.
That's how I knew that there were all the filings. I just went
there you go.
To like Dizzy or Tracy, one of the two of them, and put them all in there. So it was like,
and to all the other mods, you guys are from both our channels. We want to thank this.
Yeah,
We were a little concerned, but not really concerned, but because this has been a case where it's been crazy, and you guys have been awesome, and all you guys who have been watching with us have been awesome. So thank you all.
100%. And like I think Jackie Childs says it best.
It's outrageous, egregious, preposterous. It's definitely preposterous.
I still can't get over that he doesn't like Larry David.
Who?
I thought it was Jay who didn't like
Larry David is like my idol.
Oh,
No,
somebody
wrong
told us they
dude.
like, or someone doesn't like Seinfeld. Is it that you don't like Seinfeld?
No, he loves
No,
both
I think
those.
that's
He
Chris
hates
Pratt, maybe.
Yellowstone.
No, I get that. I get that. But someone we were discussing either loved Seinfeld, or was it Shannon? Somebody loved
Shannon does not like Seinfeld.
But
she
she
does
likes-
love. She loves Curb. Doesn't like Seinfeld.
Right,
Riddle me
makes
that,
no
but she-
sense.
no
Don't
sense.
get it.
That makes
Come
no
on,
sense.
Shannon.
Where is she?
Revisit.
I want to yell at her.
Me too.
Doesn't make any sense. All right, so I guess we will call it, Jay. I love you,
Yeah.
brother.
Love you,
all
dude.
you people out there, 1900 strong, we adore you. We thank you. We know you guys have all kinds of options for watching this trial in particular. We thank you so much for hanging with us. We hope that we're giving you the content you're looking for. Because it's the only reason we exist is because of you guys.
Absolutely.
And there's no question about it. So we adore y'all. And Jay will what are you gonna do tomorrow? Anything?
Chudley. I'm gonna do Chudley. I'm gonna stream.
He's gonna cover it.
All right. So
yeah,
look for Jay's, like any of our subs that have not subbed over at Jay. Fix your life. Do it right now. Like while you're here, while you're looking at his handsome face, just go over there. You do a little clicky poo, and you're good to go. And if you're kind, if YouTube's actually working, then you'll get notifications when he goes live, which is hit or miss.
50-50.
It's 50-50. All right, y'all. So it's been great. Another great
Thank you,
trial
guys.
day. So much fun.
Bye, guys.
Smooches.
Bye.
Bye.